Looks like we're live, so let's get going. It's Monday, May 18th. Welcome, everybody. Dave and Jim, do you want to get us started?
Will do. Welcome back, everybody. Check-in today is who are you, position in district, how are you, time constraints. I think we're till noon today, correct? Issues and elephants, expectations. And then the question for the day is, do you binge watch? And if you don't, what are you doing to pass your time? So let's start with Laura Mitchell today.
That'll pay me to be late. I'm Laura Mitchell on the Board of Ed. Sandy hasn't put up my cheat sheet yet. See, no issues or elephants. We had a great weekend, really nice day, sitting out, just enjoying the sunshine. Let's see, my expectations, we're going to get through elementary plan time today. And we have been binge watching. Yesterday was Pine Gap on Netflix.
All right. Darren.
I'm Darren Oliver, principal at Silver Creek Elementary School. I'm doing well today. It's Monday. My whole family's out of town, so it's just me. It's kind of a weird feeling. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. What am I doing to pass my time? A lot of outside work, cleaning cars and getting yard work done and organizing the garage, kind of stuff like that. If I lay around too long, it hurts my back. So as you notice, I probably stand during all the meetings. So turning 50 at the end of this month. So it's hitting me like a ton of bricks.
Kathy.
Morning, everybody. I'm Kathy Plummer. I'm on the Board of Ed. I'm doing pretty good today. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. And I just found my new binge watch show. It's called Broadchurch, and it's a murder mystery it's an English show, and it's really good. And otherwise, I like to spend time outside too. So good to see everybody today.
Matt.
Morning, everybody. My name is Matt Schmidt. I'm the principal at Pathways. I'm doing well this morning. No issues or elephants, no time constraints. I share the expectations of the group that we can plow through and get some things done today. Currently binge watching Mindhunter on Netflix, which is the FBI people getting into profiling and serial killers. So nice and light kind of things going on there, but now it's good. And Kathy, I agree. Broadchurch is one of my favorite shows of all time. Yeah. So enjoy it.
Mila.
Good morning, Mila Shepard, Chief of Human Resources. Doing great this morning. No issues or elephants. I don't watch much TV. Watched Broadchurch a few years ago. We love almost anything that's sort of British. One of my favorite binge watches was Foyle's War, set in World War II and in London, and really good if you haven't watched it. It's got many seasons to take you through hours of binging.
Sandy.
Darren, we both have the same birthday coming up. Mine's in 3 weeks, so let me know if there's anything I need to watch out for once you get there. I'm Sandy Sorensen. I am a science teacher at Northland High School. Doing pretty good today. I'm looking forward to the warm day outside. I don't have any time constraints, no issues or elephants. Expectation, I would like to put elementary plan time behind us for another season. I do binge watch. I'm a big fan of the show Mom. It's on, I have Hulu. I'm probably one of the 5 people in the world who don't have Netflix. I like Hulu. And so I like the show Mom. Allison Janney is hilarious. Highly recommend it. Otherwise, I spend time outside with my dogs as much as possible. We miss going to the dog park, but we love to be outside. Yeah, and that's it. Thanks.
Linda.
Good morning, I'm Linda Walther. I'm a retired counselor and teacher in District 12. I'm doing well today. I have no issues or elephants, nor time constraints. I'm not much of a TV person, so whatever Lauren puts on is what I watch.
Allison.
Allison Alter. I'm a social studies teacher at Horizon High School. I don't have any time constraints, no issues or elephants. My expectations are to make some decisions about elementary plan time. I do binge watch. I binge watch and I binge read, but usually I go for like crime dramas and things like that, but I feel like I've been searching for more positive shows or a little more lighthearted recently. And I found this show on Hulu. It's called Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist. And I watched all the episodes in like 2 days. It's so good. If you guys haven't seen it, it's like This Is Us and Pitch Perfect, that show with the movie with the singing. You guys should watch it. It's so good.
Teresa.
Good morning. Teresa Barajas, assistant principal at Northland Middle School. No time, I'm doing good today. No time constraints, no issues or elephants. Expecting that we get through elementary planning today. And I do binge watch, but my husband and I have different things that we like to watch, but we found something that we like to watch together. My husband's a big car guy. So we've been watching comedians in cars getting coffee, and it's with Seinfeld, and I love it. And my husband has like a 67 Chevelle that he's restoring. So we get into all the cars, and I love coffee, so, and comedy. So that's what we do.
Deborah.
Good morning, Deborah Blake, special education teacher at Arapahoe Ridge Elementary. I am well today, had a lovely relaxing weekend, didn't do a whole lot of work. Well, I did a lot of physical work. We started gardening and weeding and planting, so it was great to be out in the nice weather. I don't have any time constraints, no issues or elephants, expectations. Let's TA this bad boy. We do binge watch. We've watched several things lately. We're just kind of taking a break and rewatching West Wing. So that's kind of fun to be really uplifted about our political system again. So that's kind of fun just to really step out of reality. And starting to, I love to read and do a lot of reading, and about to start a virtual book club with a dear friend of mine who used to work in Adams 12 and is now out in Boise. So we're going to do a virtual book club together. So I'm excited to start binge reading again.
Shelley.
Good morning. I'm Michelle D-Rock. I teach 3rd grade at Meridian Elementary. I'm doing well. No issues or elephants. Expectations are to continue to tackle this beast of elementary plan time. And I don't really binge watch. I didn't even have a TV until a couple of years ago. But I've been staying at my cousin's, and she's not good for much except for sitting on the couch and watching TV. We started watching The Americans, which is about some Russian spies living in America in the 1970s. So it's something we could both agree on, and it's interesting.
Heather Espinoza.
Good morning, Heather Espinoza, 2nd grade over at Woodglen. I'm fine today. I do have some time constraints. My kids have item pickup today, so I'll be taking y'all on the road with me. We live about an hour from school, so I'm going on a little road trip today to pick up their things, but I will be here. Otherwise, same expectations as everyone else to get through elementary plan time. And I would say, along with Allison, I need some comedy in my life lately. So I have been watching Working Moms is the latest one I'm on.
Bo.
Good morning, everyone. Bo Fobert, Executive Director, Curriculum and Instruction. I'm feeling good. No issues, elephants, no time constraints. We're in a less than ideal binge watching window. In my household right now, it's more like drip drop binge watching. We have a mile-long list of things we'd like to watch, but between what we like to watch not being appropriate for our daughters and them getting of an age where they like to stay up late and we can't, it's virtually impossible to find a window of time to do that. So that's on the to-do list, maybe 4 or 5 years from now. But I think I may have mentioned on this call earlier, we did start Game of Thrones, and we're likely to finish sometime in 2025 at the rate that we're at right now.
Colleen.
Hi, good morning. Colleen Gardner, 6th grade math teacher, Shadow Ridge Middle School. I'm feeling well today. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants, same expectation as everybody else. Let's put this to bed. I only recently started binge watching, and I did The Ranch and You and Luther, and there's a theme here because I love mystery and murder. And Private Eyes, I am a horror flick chick that loves scary and murder mystery stuff. So that's what I did.
Chris.
So I'm Chris, superintendent, feeling good today. This is usually the last week of school that I'm out handing out popsicles to kids at elementary and seeing field day activities. I'm a little sad to miss that, but I'm really proud of what I've seen educators do to send kids off with fun and joy and optimism this last week of school. So I'm feeling good about that. No time constraints, no issues or elephants, expectations like others to wrap up elementary planning time. Binge watching, I didn't realize that Grey's Anatomy was still going on. And my daughter, youngest daughter, and her friends are all into Grey's Anatomy. So we've been watching some Grey's Anatomy in evenings here and there, and that's been a lot of fun. Beyond that, just doing outdoor work.
Heather Gracious.
Good morning, Heather Gracious, Elementary Director for Student Support Services. I'm doing great today. I have no time constraints, no issues or elephants. Expectations are the same as everybody else, so let's get this done. I don't usually binge watch TV, but since I've been spending so much time at home, I watched Big Little Lies and Little Fires Everywhere. Oh my gosh, they're so good, but they're really short series. So I'm done, and now I'm moving on to Ozark.
Dorman.
I am Dorman Land. I'm a middle school teacher. I'm ready to explore the uncharted territory that the district is going into these days. I have no time constraints, no issues. I expect to get this planning time thing finished today. I'm more YouTube than Netflix or whatever. I've been watching Action, or Four-Wheel Drive Action. It's an Australian crew that travel all over Australia in their four-wheel drives, getting stuck and unstuck. Lots of fun to see the scenery down there. Yep, that's it.
Nancy.
Good morning, I'm Nancy Leonard. I'm a retired principal. Feeling good, no issues or elephants. Expectations is that we will get it done today, and maybe we won't have to revisit again for a couple of years on this issue. I don't binge watch. I can't sit still that long. But Teresa, I want to see that car because a 67 Chevelle was my first car.
Oh my goodness, I'm totally going to share pictures with you for sure.
Laura Luppy.
Good morning, I'm Laura Luppy. I teach math at Holstrom. I'm doing well today. No issues, elephants, no time constraints. Today's my phone says it's the 50th anniversary today of the contract thing that I feel like maybe Godowski or Lockley told me about once upon a time. So it's in my phone. So today's going to be a great day. I will binge anything. All the shows you've said, I've watched most of them. The last one I did on Netflix, however, was Dexter, which is a really long time ago. When I worked in the jail, I thought that would be a really fun, like it's been said, lighthearted, kind of go with the flow show. But recently, what I do is I turn on the TV, I find like Chicago PD or NCIS or one of the other alphabet shows, and then I'll watch a DVR show so I can rewind the show that was live and then proceed without commercials. And then I'll watch that for the next 6 hours, which is great because I'm never home. So this is like really fun for me. But when I run on the treadmill, I've watched Lucifer. I went all the way through that too, which is also pretty useless and mind-numbing, but I will binge anything. So I wrote down all of your shows that I haven't seen yet, and I'm going to binge them all.
Dave Lockley.
Good morning, Dave Lockley, president of DTA. Laura, so a little bit about how I'm doing today. So in some research I did this past school year, I discovered that the original contract was signed on May 18th, 50 years ago. So it's quite amazing that we're sitting here on the verge of yet another, finished TA, and also creating the most unprecedented two-part, everything else that's going on. And so it's a testament to the partnership and the collaboration that we've had over this past 50 years that we're gonna settle part one today and just jump off on a new adventure and be just as strong as we've ever been. So I just think it's an amazing time and just a great little nugget as a history teacher. These kind of coincidences and convoluences of history and time always make me laugh a little bit and warm my heart. Same as everybody else, except that I'm not excited to TA elementary plan time. I would say, because it's weird because we're not going to be done. We're going to start right back up here right afterwards. So it's like, I don't know, just a little funky. My family, I don't binge watch myself very much. My family loves pretty much anything that involves like uplifting competition show. So from like America's Got Talent, The Great British Bake Off. Currently, they've just finished Crushing and are excited to watch the finale tomorrow of The Masked Singer, where celebrities dress up and sing. That's their thing that they're doing right now. Me personally, the thing that I've been watching during quarantine that I never thought I was going to was I found out that Korean baseball has started up. They've been playing in empty stadiums, and so I have been watching every night Korean baseball. And so the LG Twins are currently my favorite team that has been playing. They play out of Seoul. Anyways, that's been how I'm doing. So,
Marty.
Marty McCarthy, principal at STEM Launch, doing well. No issues or elephants or time constraints. Expectation is to wrap up elementary planning time. That's exciting to me. Don't really binge watch. My wife is from Britain, and so she dominates the television with British crime dramas that are 20 years old. And like the amount of murders that happen in one small town in Wales is just amazing to me. There can't be any people left. So like mostly I binge eat in past time. I don't know how I've consumed so much bread and butter over the past 7 weeks, but that's me. So thanks.
Jim.
I'm Jim. I'm one of your facilitators. I'm doing well. I don't have any time constraints. I don't have any issues. The expectations are that we will get finished with this item and we'll finish it up with a good solution. I would also expect, because a lot of people want to get this finished up, that we'll have to be somewhat careful because your screens are split. Mine on 2 different screens. So if you wave at me, I may or may not see you. So I would like everyone to figure out, raise your hand, lower your hand, so we can see you and move quickly through this. Do I binge watch? I do. And right now we're watching the English game about what we would call soccer. It's been interesting to see how change in one area of the culture impacts other areas, and in this case impacts the game of football in England.
And I'm Dave. I'm also one of your facilitators. I'm doing good, got some rest this weekend, so I'm a little bit revived. No time constraints or issues or elephants. Expectations. I'm like Jim, if you'll put your hand up also in the participants part, it puts them in order for Jim and I, and that really helps us out when we come to calling on people and running your negotiations. So if you do that, I'd really appreciate it. And I'm going to tell you the same thing that I told a group on Friday that was struggling a little bit. I'm not accusing you of struggling, but I'm going to come back to the protocols that we had before. Give each other a little grace. Everybody's tired of this, I think, and feeling some pressure around it. So make sure you do that. You know, the assume good intent also comes with when you're speaking, make sure you're talking good intent as well. So that's my expectations for today. And my wife and I do binge watch. We started when this thing started, and we like the Elizabethan era type shows. And on Hulu, there was one that had pretty high marks as far as reviews and all of that. It's called The Great. And so we started watching it, not knowing that it's a spoof on Catherine the Great. And we were trying to figure out whether it was or it wasn't. And then when she read the thing that said that that's what it was, it's hilarious. But you have to have a good sense of humor to watch it, but it's pretty darn good. We're on our third show, I think, last night, and it's kind of a fun one to watch. So, all right. So I'm going to turn this over to Mila Dave. Where are we headed?
Dave, do you want to go? You go.
Yeah. So Mila and I have been doing some homework to get us ready for our ratification. So at some point, we're going to share with you guys, you know, the chart that we usually produce, and you know, in the TA folder is the language that we're going to be using to send out for ratification. So when you have a second, if you could just review and make sure that there are no errors in that space. We're kind of getting up onto that crunch period of time, and so we don't want to make any mistakes as we're trying to bring it across the finish line. Second, Mila and I have looked over a draft for something for the special ed plan time committee for people's reflection on as we talk about planning time. If that is, I think that sounds like it's part of our shared kind of draft of the solution. So if that is what ends up being part of our shared solution, we do have, we took a stab, or Mila took a stab at a draft of what that could look like, just so you know that's ready to go. And then otherwise, I think we're, Mila, unless I missed something, ready to kick off with any additional story, interests, or options before going to straw design groups for plan time.
Thanks, Dave. I wonder if, I wonder about the process and the order of things here. I certainly want people to have a chance to look at the various documents and be sure that, you know, we're including what should be included. I know we're all eager to get going on elementary plan time. I think if we get going on it and it needs the full, you know, 3.5 hours that we have left, I don't want to leave these other things just to incidental. So I wonder if we should just take a minute and look at those documents. What do you think, Dave and Jim?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Jim, I'll refer to you too. Give people a little bit of a chance. What do you think? 5-10 minutes to look over the documents and see if they've got it. And it could be that looking at the documents as well could add to the story interest options as well. So I think that'd be good. I have to tell on Jim though. He last week he couldn't get the document to let him type on it. And after we were done, and I got this text saying, you know, it helps if you plug in your keyboard. So Jim, I want to make sure your keyboard's plugged in today, bud.
It is. I'm ready. It was a headspace and timing issue.
Nice. And there are no secrets with Dave Mussetter. Wow.
Yeah. Never tell me a secret. I can't hold a secret. Sorry, Jim.
That's funny.
So I think you're right. Oh, good. I think that's a good idea to give everyone 10 minutes. So come back at like 8:40 after looking through the TA folder to make sure that the language that we've captured in there is correct, and there's no additions or corrections that need to be made to the ones we've already put together.
So Dave, a question for you, and I hate to do this to Jody, but we will if we need to. Do you want to go to your teams to look through it, or can you just stay on the screen here and look through it and ask questions? What's your pleasure?
I think people can take a few minutes, look at them, and then we can answer questions whole group. I mean, Mila and I put those together to the best of our knowledge, understanding, and whatnot. And most of them are documents that we've already looked at. You know, we just maybe have added or formatted things in a more appropriate format for the contract. So it should be everything we've already agreed to.
And do you want to go through the, I'm sorry, Mila, go ahead.
I think I just want to point people to the right spaces.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yep.
If everybody finds the in our shared team drive, the folder called TA'd items, I think the first thing you'll see is inside of that folder something called draft MOA Elementary Special Education Planning Time Study Committee. You couldn't come up with a longer name than that. So that's just super drafty. If you would take a look at that. And then the rest of the work is in the folder called Language Changes Individual Articles. And that's where you're going to find like the summary sheet. That's called Cert Neg Changes, Certified Negotiations Changes. So let me just be quiet, let you read and find your way through the various documents.
Okay, so I'll give you 10 minutes and then we'll ask to see how you're doing and ask if you have any questions. So if you want to black out your screen, that's up to you. Otherwise, go to work.
Mila and or Dave.
Yes.
Where's today's agenda?
Oh, I'll move it. Thanks, Shelley. Thanks, Sandy.
Okay,
I'll have it somewhere else.
Okay.
Hello. Could someone remind me the document with the really long name we're supposed to be looking at?
Kathy, it's in the T8 items folder, and it's called Draft MOA Elementary Special Education Planning Time Study Committee.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
I can't find it. But that's
Laura, are you in the IBS team drive and in the T8 items folder?
I think so. But I don't see that. I don't see a draft. There's class size, class load, contract realignment, extended negotiations, immediate family, MOA, sick leave
I
bank.
think you are not in.
Is it not the right?
I think go up to the folders list. And do you see a folder called T8 items?
Yes.
Click on that.
Let me just refresh this just to make sure that it's.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think that did it. Yep, there it is. Thank you.
Yep, you bet.
Sorry, Mila, what was the name of that thing again? The long one. I've looked at everything else.
Okay, it's just in the T8 items folder. So if you're all the way inside of the language items folder, you have to come back out. And T8 items folder has draft MOA Elementary Special Education Planning Time Study Committee.
I put the name and link in the chat.
Yeah, thanks, Norman. That's helpful too. You might just want to go there.
Thank you.
That's almost as long as having to say like 27.1.2.3.
I know.
When you're done looking things over, just turn your camera back on. That gives Jim and I an indication of how you're doing.
Emma, I have a question about now that I've just reread the special ed MOA, and just have a question. I know we've come at a lot of this stuff from the elementary lens. I wonder if we want to take off the word elementary or with it so that we don't create an elephant further on, or if we really just want to focus on the elementary space. I'm fine either way. I just want to make sure that we're clear in a direction that we're heading with the MOA.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I was aware of that as I typed the words elementary. I was also remembering the conversation from last week and thinking that changes that happen in elementary sometimes, if it's applied to the whole system, have an unintended consequence to secondary. So Heather, do you have a sense of where this work is needed? Is it K-12 or is it elementary?
I think it's mostly at elementary. I believe that at secondary, they've got structures that seem to be working and that give everybody the planning time that's needed. I do think that it's a focus at elementary.
Deb or anybody else who's involved in special education or at the secondary levels, would you weigh in?
I don't have a lot of contact with upper levels, but the one or two acquaintances and friends that I have support what Heather says. It seems to be a bigger issue at elementary than across the board.
Any other thoughts on that matter?
Maybe from Matt and Teresa, I don't know, as administrators of this realm.
Matt, what do you think?
Yeah, I would say I think Heather's right. I would just caution the same thought process as that MOU has gone through next year as we have been with planning time this past spring, when thinking about if the contract currently works for 2 out of 3 levels, when you start doing wording with specific things, it gets, and then that's where it gets weird. So just keep that in mind as you guys are doing that work next year. Unintended consequence.
You say you guys, are you sure you don't want to be on that committee?
You know, sure, why not? I would love to jump in on an elementary special ed planning time committee. You know, the last 2 years of talking about elementary plan time hasn't been enough.
Sign you up, Matt. You can even facilitate if you'd like.
Oh, Heather, don't be careful about that.
Linda has her hand up, Mila. Linda?
I just wondered in that language if we wanted to identify who would be included in that study group.
Yeah, I thought about that, and you know, I didn't. You know, we could put bare minimum numbers down, but I didn't. You know, not knowing the scope exactly and how we're going to approach this work at this time, I didn't feel like I knew like we were going to have 5 people from 5 schools, or you know, I just I think that need more time to wrap around. And if, as long as we do things as we have previously with balanced, you know, certified educator and administrator type people, then the exact number of folks is less important. It's more about getting representative sampling, depending on the direction we end up going.
I have Laura Leppy. Oh, sorry, was there a follow-up?
I just was going to say, I agree with Dave. I think that it's difficult in special ed, as most things are, when we're dealing with multiple groups within the certified realm. So I do think balance, but I would hesitate defining that right now.
Sorry for interrupting you, Heather. Laura Leppy and Kathy, I have your hands up. Laura.
I just had a question about the elementary stuff. Is that going to be for elementary buildings or elementary teachers in general applying to K-8s?
I'd like to respond to that.
Go ahead,
I feel like we are committed to defining K-8 as its own level in the coming year, with some planning and with some outside the contract work as a district on the structures and supports for K-8. And so I don't necessarily think that the work of this group would apply to anybody except an elementary building, because we have very much in mind the need to define K-8 as its own level and in its own ways.
Totally fine. I just wanted to make sure that I clarified that for my own knowledge. Thank you so much.
Kathy.
So I wasn't sure. I know what happens a lot of times when we come back to our reports is that people really go back to the charge and say, we were charged with this. This is really open. And I didn't know if there was anything more around the problem that needed to be defined before kind of turning people loose on trying to solve it. I don't know if that's necessary in the MOA, but I mean, I know in general there's just a problem, but I don't know. Right now it just seems very broad, and maybe that's okay, but I was just throwing that out there that when we come back, if there's not a pretty specific charge, there's a lot of areas they could go in, and maybe that's the intent for the first year of a committee. I just was throwing that out there.
Dave or Milo, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'd like to respond. I think that this is a research committee looking at both our internal structures and policy, just similar to our compensation group has been. When we first started that group, it was pretty open as far as like, go look into these broad categories and bring and tell us what you figure out, and then we can nail down specific charges. My thought would be that they could do some work in the fall and then bring back and then we could charge them with more specific tasks, like, okay, based on your report now, we'd like you to really go look into research on the exact number of minutes of or structures. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like, let them do some research to define their work and to define the problem so that we have a handle on what it is, and then come back to this group for a more specific charge.
Deborah.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking along the same lines. And I don't know if the MOA needs to get this specific, but in terms of dealing with an elephant down the road about elementary versus K-8 versus middle versus high, I wonder if maybe we change the language and remove and make it something like special education structures that meet the need, because planning time sounds very constrained and elementary sounds constrained. And if we only talk about structures that meet the needs, then it could cover everyone. Maybe not K-8, but middle and high school. Instead of it being plan time, it's finding the ways to do the work for 2 full-time jobs. Just a thought about wording.
Is that an option, Deborah? Do you want it down in the options?
Maybe,
okay.
Or maybe an interest, maybe. An option, let's go with an option.
All right, Deborah, you want to say it and I'll type it in.
Changing the language so that we're not looking at elementary special ed plan time, but that we're looking at options for the structure to meet the needs of the complex job. I'm not sure that captured exactly what I was trying to say, but maybe close enough for now.
I think that's a good start, at least, Deborah. So thank you. I don't see anybody else's hands up.
I have
Milo's hands up.
I have a question. I appreciate what you said, Deb, and think there's validity to exploring that. I wonder if that isn't like a whole separate thing that starts to sound a lot like caseload, special educator caseload, which I agree is something that should be looked at. But I wonder if other people are feeling a bit of like, that's not what this MOA really was. Kind of a narrow, it is narrow, it's an offshoot of the planning time conversation. And so I wonder if if other people see that, what you're describing as generalized structures to meet sort of the workload, caseload needs as something different or separate.
So let's leave it in the options. I do have I have hands up. I have Colleen and Heather. Colleen? And Deborah.
Are we just done with this one, or are we moving to the others? I'm confused because I have a question about the contract realignment language, not this piece.
I think you can ask that question, Colleen.
So in there, it says you're changing the dates. I got to find it. No. Nope. Yes. It's 31.1 at the top. It says July 31st, 2024, but then down at the bottom, it says 2025. And I'm wondering if they both should be 2025. It says the agreement in each and every part there.
I see it, and I do think you're correct. I think it's just an oversight, so we can make that change. Thank you.
Okay, I have
Colleen.
I have Deborah and then Heather.
Sorry, my hand was up in response. I wanted to respond to what Heather was saying. Sorry, what Mila was saying. And I guess my concern is just that plan time for the special education part of my job is not necessarily planning. It's testing, it's writing, it's observing. And I know that we already kind of come across some frustrations with teachers when they say, well, you guys have all Wednesday to plan. And so I'm just concerned about the language, but if it's already an option, maybe we can just leave it there. I just wanted to clarify that's where I was coming from when I was talking about that. Planning to me is meeting with teachers, opening up books, figuring out what I'm going to lesson plan, gathering the materials, and the structures of my job of the special education portion includes that, but so much more.
Thanks for your clarification. And I think I have every expectation that we'll be, this committee's work will be taking us into workload issues as you described. You can't really tease them apart. Thanks, Deb.
Heather, gracious.
Yep, I totally agree with you, Deb. I think that is, in my mind, how all of the topics that we would be talking about. I think it's a matter of definition as well. So I agree with you.
All right, I don't see any other hands up. So I want you to look over real quick your story, interests, and options. See if there's anything we're missing.
I can't. I'm not allowed to raise my hand. I'm the only one that gets to right there.
You're the co-host. Dave, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to add something to options. It was discussed in my group on straw design, but didn't really kind of mature very much. Just so that we're all working off the same, is adjusting the language for taking an extra class. Taking on an extra class at the secondary is what I'm talking about. To discuss that the compensation is for loss of plan time and additional workload in regards to teaching the extra class.
Okay. Anything else before I assume we're going back to straw design after this, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mila?
I think I wonder if anybody has options or more story before we go to straw design. And I have an option that I'd like to throw onto the list.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks, Mila.
So we have options that talk about increasing the minutes for self-directed plan. My option is leave the minutes for self-directed plan at 225 as a minimum.
Okay. Any other interests or story, interest, or options? And Mila, I wasn't trying to rush you. I was just confirming that we were going back to straw design eventually. Give you a little time to think about it. Look over the story, interest, and options. And I believe that when we're ready, Jody has those straw design teams set up. Laura Leppy, you have your hand up.
Sorry, my minutes, and I know once upon a time I had in my head a really nice, pretty like hour a day thing for 300 minutes, and I was checking to see if it was on there because I didn't want to add an option that was already there, but my other option would be 300 as the middle number somewhere, but I didn't want to. I don't read that fast. I'm sorry.
We'll put it up, Laura.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, other story, interest, or option? Laura, your hand's still up. Thank you.
Jim and Dave, while we give people some think time, I do just want to let people know that Dave and I slightly rebalanced the straw design groups. It's kind of nice just to get in there with a fresh and different chemistry of people. And so third round is a charm. And there's been some slight rebalancing. So you'll find yourself in somewhat changed groups. Don't be surprised.
And Jim and I do that often just to give a fresh take on each of the straw designs. So don't be alarmed by that. Colleen.
I know we added some ERD story last time, so I just wanted to add that there's 37 early release days next year, 8 of which are teacher directed.
Okay, is that part of the story, I think?
Yes, yeah.
Jim, if you do that, please.
And how many were teacher directed?
8.
8.
Okay. Other story, interests, or options?
Colleen, I think I count 10 in next year's calendar between 4th Wednesdays and 5th Wednesdays. I thought I counted 10 that were teacher directed.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, there's only 8. Because we don't get one in November, and we don't get one in December, and we don't get one in August.
Not one in August?
No, because it doesn't
Nope,
start
the
till
language-
September 1st.
Yeah, the language
Thank
states
you.
that
Thank you.
teacher directed. Yep.
Yep. And I missed the holiday. Yeah.
And the one we get in March is the 5th one. So if we take away the 5th ones, then we'd get 6 of them. So.
Thank you.
Other questions, story, interests, options?
So I have, it's not an interest and it's not an option. It's a process thing when we're right before ready to go to straw design.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
I think you can go ahead, Dave. It might pop up some other questions, but go ahead.
Okay. Yep. No problem. So, you know, last couple of times we looked at the melding group language and looked at, you know, we're all in agreement at that time that that's the direction that we were taking in. And so one of the things I talked about last time in our exercising of the elephant is that we were having a conversation based off of an old construct of the self-directed versus non-self-directed time. And so I would encourage whether is that when you're thinking about your options and thinking about your interests and thinking about the story, to put it into the construct of the language that is before you and imagine what we're talking about through that construct, because we're creating a new reality with this language of what that time is going to look like, both self-directed and administratively directed time. And so I would just strongly encourage everyone, as they have their conversations in straw design, to do it through that construct.
Okay. Michelle.
I'm struggling with that concept itself, because that for me is one of the biggest changes. I put into story last time that in our current construct with contract versus contact, all of my non-student contact time is self-directed. I just want to make sure I understand what you're asking us to do, Dave.
Sorry, I had the wrong window open. I went to go on mute and I had to close my window before it's, you know, everyone's story and everyone's reality is what it is. I'm not trying to ask you to change that or look at it any differently. It's, you know, with this shift in language, what it will look like is different. And so when we're having our conversations in small design group, I'm asking you guys to have conversations based on what it could look like, not what your reality looks like now. Now you can judge whether you like it or not, or can accept it based on your past experience about what you need. Absolutely. You know, that's how we're all going to come at this. But when we're imagining about what it could look like next year, we have to be imagining it in this new construct, not in our previous construct. And if you don't like the way the language is developed, then we need to put on options on the table to adjust the language.
And you can do those options in straw design if you like. Kathy.
I just had a question for Michelle. Can you talk about that a little more? Like, how many are you perceiving? And again, this is apart from the direction we just got, that based on the new language, all your minutes are now kind of directed in either one of two directions. Like, I would love to understand more kind of what your concern is about minutes, what that means to you.
Yeah.
Shelley?
So in our current schedule, I start work at 7:15 and kids come at 7:30. So there's a little 15-minute window in the morning. And then I have what we've been calling the contact day. And each day I have one block of time when my kids go to specials. That's considered my planning time. That's where those 225 minutes are met. And then students leave at 2:30, and I have until 3:15 in my contract. So 45 minutes at the end of each day. That's self-directed. That's my time. And we've talked about this much earlier in the conversation. Sometimes teachers have meetings or clubs or activities that they participate in. So that affects that time, but it's vastly different for each person. And so when we talk about moving these minutes up to the morning, those minutes now in the afternoon are self-directed. If I am part of a committee and I'm using that time to meet, or if I'm involved in a co-curricular activity, then I lose that time. But that's all, to me, it feels like self-directed, whether you choose to participate in a club or an activity, or if you're sitting on a meeting. It's different for everyone, but those minutes are mine now, and moving them to the morning and talking about how they're going to be directed, to me, changes the amount of self-directed time that I have.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, story, interests, or options before we head into the next round of straw design? Okay, seeing none. Time in the straw design, Dave, Mila, 30 minutes. What do you want Jody to do? Start with 30?
I think 30 seems like a good starting place.
Okay. All right with you, Dave?
That's fine.
All right. Jody, if you could put them in 30 minutes, you can do it, start anytime.
Here we go.
right, are we all back in session? So report outs, or was that enough time, or did you, were you okay with that? Where are we at?
I think our group needs more time.
Thanks, Allison. Which group are you in?
That's group 2, my group.
Okay, all
But I
right.
think it'd be interesting to hear where the other groups are, you know.
Sounds good, sounds good. So group 1, who's your spokesperson, and could you report out?
I don't know who the spokesperson is, but we also need more time.
Okay.
But we were, and anybody from my group jump in if I leave anything out. We were talking about just how the time would be used, and we were talking about just what at the different levels and what we're allowed, and collaborative time, is that included in the plan time that we're talking about? And we were just having a really good ongoing discussion.
Sounds good. Group 2 report out.
We were group 2. So.
Oh, you were group 2, thanks. Group 3, sorry, Mila. Group 3.
So I guess I must have been part of group 3. So the nature of the discussions we were having, a lot of where we were in the final stages was talking about a shared interest amongst all, that we're not in a spot a year, 2 or 3 down the road of having deficits in minutes that teachers are receiving throughout the system and having to deal through it or work through a grievance or similar issue to what we have now. I think that interest was driving a lot of discussion about, should you set a minimum number of minutes, and what's the right number? 225, 270, and 315 were all the 3 numbers that people were talking about during the course of our discussion. At the latter part of the discussion, I think some concern that if you had a 225 minimum, if you're an elementary teacher, you feel like you're still having too little self-directed time allocated to you compared to middle school and high school peers. And then a lot of focus on, instead of, so if we set a minimum that's in a level that is achievable throughout the entire system, and then you talk about how many blocks of time should be self-directed versus administrator directed, what's the just right place to land? And most of the dialogue that our team was having was about 7 self-directed blocks for teachers and 3 administratively directed times by administrators. So that was a discussion. We need more time too, I think, to land on something. I'm just looking at my colleagues from my team. If you can nod, if you feel like that was kind of where we're at and a good summary. Okay.
Sounds good. So we've got the indication, Jody, that we need more time. How much more time would you like? You need another half hour? You need 20 minutes? What do you think, crew?
I think another half hour would be good, and I would suggest if your team hasn't already taken a short break, do that, and then use the half hour and come back and see where we are.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. You guys ready?
Anything else before we send you back to your straw designs? I'm seeing a lot of head shaking no, Jody, so I think they're ready. So another half hour.
Okay, here we go.
All right, looks like we're all back in. Group 1, do you want to give a report and tell us where you're at?
I think I'm one. I think otherwise I'm going either way, so this doesn't matter. So we have had like a really great set of conversations that I think has led us to a place of we're not ready to present written language on an option, but I think we're developing an option that includes a kind of a 5, 2, and 3 plan, basically. So 5 blocks would be completely self-directed. People can do whatever they want, whenever they want. 2, up to 2 blocks could be directed to be self-directed collaboration, and 3 would be administrative directive at their choosing. And then also we were kind of tossing around an idea around a way that teams that need to be more supported could get that support, with the intention of it being to support to move towards independence, if you will, right? And so whether it's a waiver, whether it's language around evaluation, we were kind of noodling through a little bit of that near the end. So we're not there at a place of having written stuff down, but we're doing pretty well as far as getting towards an idea.
Okay. Team 2, group 2.
We were having a really good and helpful conversations again, and right at the end, Bo threw out a thought around sort of a minimum number of minutes for teacher plan times, in the 225 range, but maybe establishing some sort of an administrative max. We're just trying to figure out how to honor greatest flexibility for administrators and teachers to do the important work. So we want to go back and sort of noodle through that concept.
Okay. Group 3.
Olene, would you be okay giving an update from our group? I had at the tail end, I had to deal with some other issues. So if you do that, that'd be great.
Just up with my dog howling. We talked a lot about a 7-3 split. We talked about a minimum for teachers around 270, and then a max for admin at those 3 blocks of 45 minutes. That's kind of where we were wrestling with, and where we would go with, like Darren talked about, how Wednesday is kind of this odd day. And so we have 6 45 definites, and then this Wednesday time that would fit somewhere in there. And I don't know, not no man's land, but you know what I mean? And then 3 definite admin directed times. So that's kind of where we were at when we got swooped back into this meeting. And tell me if I missed something, the rest of you, because that's kind of where I was, the dog howling.
We did talk about having one slot of time that was indefinite, like it wasn't either or, and then that would maybe through shared decision making, or it could possibly, it was just, we were floating the idea, be used to help particular schools that needed more of this, more of that, and kind of do it through shared decision making for that 3rd block. We did toss that up.
Any questions from anybody about the 3-straw design? Sounds like you need more time again. I want to direct you that you do have 3-straw designs from last time, or the last couple of times down. So make sure you're taking those into consideration, and make sure whatever adjustments that you're making, that you put in your straw designs that you've already done. So don't lose sight of those as well. As we're walking through. So am I hearing from everybody you need more time?
Dave, can we identify kind of where we are that's kind of similar? Because I'm hearing similar things that we've talked about, but it'd be nice to have them written down somewhere so that we know where we're kind of jiving together.
Colleen, I was going to say the same thing. The hard part for Jim and I is we don't have anything to look at around those. So you're going to have to give them to us what you think is similar. And Jim, you could, if you wouldn't mind, maybe below the 3 straw designs, type these in that are similar. Colleen, what were you hearing that was similar?
There was this minimum amount for teachers, maximum amount for admin. The times differed, but I heard that come out a few times. I think it was from all 3 groups, but it was definitely from 2. Third group chime in. We differed on minutes, but the concept was out there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I also heard group 1 and group 3 sounded like both had a 7-3 split. Was that correct? Did I hear that right?
Yes. We kind of had a funky to our 7-3 that was a wrinkle to it, but yeah, it was basically a 7-3 split.
Okay, so two of the groups had a 7-3 split. Jim? Okay. What other things did you hear that were similar? Colleen, did you have others that you thought were similar?
Well, and maybe it's because it was Dorman and he's always in my ear, but I was that shared decision-making piece is in there, but I think that might have been part of the previous plan to turn it in to make sure that it was done shared decision-making wise, but I don't know. So correct me if I'm crazy.
Dave?
I think all groups have adopted the language. I haven't heard anyone talking about changing the existing melding language too much. And so that would be, that decision on the breakup of time and scheduling would be in that shared decision-making model. I think one group had a flex day, right? Like there was X number of teacher, X number the administrative directed, and then like a flex day that a building could decide was their option. But I think that was only one group said that.
Okay. Okay, others that you thought were similar? All right, that somebody's going to say something? I just heard somebody.
I think.
Well, I was just thinking a little bit about some other language that we've referred to, and I don't think any of our groups are spending any time on it because it's sort of secondary, but Dave referred to this language about selling your plan period, or that concept of adding some language to cover when at secondary this happens really frequently, but especially at high school. And I wonder in the coming years budgetary constraints if we might have some people selling their plan times and then they're unavailable during the plan time. And the language I think we wanted to write had to do with the fact that through earning this extra income for that period, you've sold those minutes, so to speak. I don't know how to elegantly frame that, but I think that's just tangled up in the issue a little bit.
Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. So keeping in mind that you do still have the ratification that you wanted to talk about and the SPED plan time bit, how much time do you need? Or would you like? Let's put it that way.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if 20 is enough. It's hard to have the conversation and then get cut off. I don't know if is 30 what people need again, or 20, or
can I make a suggestion?
ahead, Dave.
is that we do 15 minutes, but not close the groups. Have Jim or Dave have Jody move you into the groups to see how much more time we need. And if we're in a place where we're ready to come back after 15 minutes, yeah, instead of collapsing the groups and bringing everybody back, there's a capacity to move from room to room, so you could move from your room to one of the breakout rooms, ask us a question, and then go back. Does that make sense what I'm saying to Dave and Jim?
Yeah, is that possible, Jody? I didn't hear what she said. Say it again, Jody.
Yes, that is. Sure is.
Okay. Okay, so after we'll give you 15 minutes. So I'm assuming Jody's going to put 30 minutes on the clock. And after 15 minutes, then Jim and I are going to visit the rooms to see where you are. Is that correct?
That's fine with me.
Sounds good.
All right.
You ready?
Turn 'em loose, Jody. Yep.
All right, here we go. Jim, do you want me to put you guys in the other rooms or?
That'd be great. Whether we go together or go in different rooms is either way works for us.
Okay, I'll put Dave in group 1 and Jim in group 2.
And then we need some time to go into the other room as well, so.
Yeah,
Right.
you'll just have to leave the room whenever you're done with 1 or 2 and then.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. Jim, you should have a button that says move to your room. Here, let me put you in 3 and see if that works.
All right.
No. Did you get a pop-up there?
I did not.
You should.
Got it, Jody.
You got it? Dave, you want to go into group 2? I can't hear you, Dave.
Or whichever room Jim didn't go into, yeah.
Okay, yeah, so you need to go into, let's see here, 2. All right, here you go.
All right.
You should have a button that says move to, like join breakout 2.
I don't yet, Jody, sorry.
It's okay, hold on. Don't join that room.
Okay.
All right, now that's 2. Did you get a pop-up box?
I haven't yet. I wonder what's going on here. Suppose I can only visit one room?
No, I have you out of the other room already. It just might be,
Okay.
it might be a lag on Zoom side.
Okay. I've noticed everybody's lagging a little bit today. I don't know if it's my computer or somebody else's, but.
Yeah, I bet there's just, it's Monday and a bunch of Zoom meetings going on, so.
Yep, I would bet so too.
Let me try one more time here. Hold on.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere yet.
Okay.
So Jim's back.
Yep.
I just tried to move you to 2 again. Jim, where'd you see that pop-up box to join the room?
Jim, you're muted.
So it was down in the bottom line. It wasn't highlighted. That was probably my error. Should I go to group 2 now? They want 5 minutes to work, 5 minutes to type it, come back. I told them when you're ready, come back to the main room.
Yeah.
Yeah, group 1 needed the full 15 minutes. They're just getting ready to type theirs in, so.
All right.
See if you could join 2.
Got it. I'm going.
Okay, Dave, just hang tight and let him go into it.
Sounds good.
I'm going to be muted, so I'm going
Okay.
downstairs. I'll be back.
Sounds good. What'd you find out, Jim? You're muted, dude.
They're entering their information now. They may need 5 to 10 minutes,
Okay.
but they were impressed that theirs looked very much like Team 3's.
Okay. Yeah, they're getting there.
So Team 1, how much they need the full time?
They needed the full time. Yeah, they were still discussing some things, but they felt like they were pretty close to the other two groups. So
Okay,
we might.
and I told both my groups to come back to the main room as soon as they
Yeah.
can.
Yeah, she was trying to put me in group 2 because I came out of 1 before you came out of 3. And for some odd reason, it wouldn't send me.
So it did switch. Who did it switch? Laura Leppi was moved from Team 2 to Team 3 for some reason.
Huh, that's weird. I see team 1's typing now too, so I think we're getting closer anyway. And what's nice is team 1 is typing what team 2 just put up. The only word they're missing is minimum.
And on this site now we're live, right? On
Yes.
YouTube?
Yes. And you know what? I think they're probably watching each other type here because I think they can see that too, can't they?
Yes.
Yeah. That might be the best thing that happened. Little different on the team 2 and team 3 have 135 minutes. Team 1 has 90. Looks like they're going to be pretty close, Jim. Jody, Colleen said she got knocked out of the meeting. It said, please have Jody let me in the meeting, Colleen.
Just let her in.
Thanks.
No problem.
Can I go back to my breakout room?
Yeah, you just have to give me a minute. What number were you in?
3. Sorry, my elect.
Now you guys want me to end these rooms in 40 seconds?
You know, can you extend the time? Because they're right in the middle of typing. I don't want them to come out.
I don't know if I can, but
Okay.
I don't think that I can. I don't think I have to force close them. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, thanks, Jody.
Mm-hmm.
If they're just typing, they could also continue their typing after we come out of the breakout rooms too.
Okay.
It appears to me they're typing and discussing the details as they type.
Yeah, I have a time limit is up. Do we want to close or keep the breakout rooms open? I'll just keep them open.
Yeah, let's keep them open for a little while. Thank you, Jody.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
Jim, I've decided I want to clone Jody and just take her everywhere we go from here on out.
You know, it is fun to work with a skilled person.
That's for sure.
And I told him that I needed to clone myself for myself. I do have the ability to send them a message. Do you want me to send them a message? Or you want me to just leave it open and let them pop back?
I would send them a message and just say, when you're ready to come back, just leave the room. Because I think they're getting pretty close.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Did they kick you out of your room?
We came back. We're done.
Yeah, I see that. For a while it was just Heather, so I was wondering if you guys got just
Oh.
booted her out.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is Laura Levy somehow got out of our group and went and landed in group 3.
Yeah, that's what Jim was just saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've planted a mole in the other group.
There you go.
Yeah. But I just want it known that group 2 rules. We're the best group.
It's funny, you must all rule pretty well because you're pretty close.
Yeah. Oh, hey, group 2. I like Straw Design number 1's language on the Appendix A, the extra classes.
Great, cut and paste.
Yeah. You know, I actually think that's the language Dave and I wrote, and I just couldn't find. So, sorry. I'm going to go cut and paste it if you're okay with that.
It looks like, yeah.
Change 2 words and it's ours, Mila.
I just want to add that I actually can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Like I see it now. Before I was like, it's dark, it's black.
Where are we going? Yeah, I hear you, Allison.
Me too. Boy, trust the process, right?
Yep, that's right.
The process works as long as the individuals work.
That's right.
Bo, did you hear me saying this morning that Christy Riccio is retiring in August?
No, I guess I wasn't on when you made that
I don't
announcement.
think you were on yet, Heather. I don't think you were either.
Oh
I'm feeling
Wow.
very sad this morning. She told me on Friday, she's like, I'm gonna write you my retirement letter. And I was like, Christy, what's the matter? I thought I had you convinced to stay for like more years. But I always knew from the day I started, she actually had a little countdown timer going on her iPhone.
Never a good sign for talking somebody out of it.
So, and I kept saying to her, you know, I'm going to get you to reset that countdown clock. You're going to love working with me, and I'm going to get you to just reset that. And I shouldn't have made it about me because, but she's.
Well, she'll be missed.
She will be. Yeah. Yeah. But she'll be here through August 14th, you know, and I just hope we can all be back in the office at some point. You know, it's just crazy.
Jody, if you can broadcast to the other groups, just let them know again that they can come back whenever they're ready.
You mean to broadcast or you want to close the group?
I think I'm looking at group 3 has
Only
not
group
typed.
2 is not back. Or
Oh,
group 3 is not back and group 1
Yeah,
is not
group,
back. Yeah.
Group 3 has not typed for a while. I don't know if they're discussing more, but I see group 1 still typing. So let's give them a little time. We're good.
Okay.
I'm just going to step away for a second.
Okay. I see group 3 just bopped in. Group 1's still typing, so they should be here shortly.
I got moved from group 2 to group 3 randomly, so I'm group 2.5, I think. It was really fun. I enjoyed it.
That's what I heard, Laura. We won't tell them that. We won't tell them that they booted you out and you had to go to the other one. So.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. Jody, let's go ahead and have you bring group 1 back. They've stopped typing for the time being. I think they're still discussing, but they've got a lot of stuff on there. So let's go ahead and bring them back if you want to close the room.
Okay.
There they come.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody back in the room? Okay, we were, Jim and I have to confess, we were watching you type as you were going through what you did. You're, I'll use the word eerily close, which is a good thing. So Dave, we want to start with your group. You want to talk about what you did and where you're at and so on and so forth. Dave, you're muted, sir.
We had, I always forget when they close the breakout rooms, I go back to being muted because I wasn't muted like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
So we put in the chat box, or the chat box on the document, that there'd be 270 self-directed minutes, 135 administratively directed, then 1 block chosen through mutual consent of the teams and admin. There was some conversation about, would that have to be a permanent decision? And, I believe the phrase, mutual consent means that someone can, withdraw their consent about that. We put in a bullet that I don't think anyone else has, as I was looking through, where at elementary schools that have less than full-time specials, that there shall be self-directed time every Wednesdays. Because remember, if they're on the schedule where they don't have any specials on Wednesday because they're on that part-time 4-day-a-week schedule, there was an interest of making sure that teachers had self-directed time on that Wednesday, even if just prep for the class, prep for everything else they had to do. And then we added some language around the extra class where it was just kind of an insertion of the inside of the existing language. You can see in all caps, the additional compensation for being assigned to another class or parent's class is to compensate for reasonable loss of plan time and additional preparation time to perform the obligations of the additional class or classes. That is where we landed. And we feel pretty good about, obviously if we need to go back and do more work, we will, but this is kind of summarizes the finishing of our thoughts.
Okay, questions for group 1? Raise your hand. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question about the Wednesday self-directed time. And the question is for the administrators on the team who are familiar with current practice. I'm guessing that's the current practice right now and probably doesn't represent anything new. Can you please validate or maybe you don't know?
Somebody weigh in on it, administrators?
I'll go ahead and speak to that. As far as the Wednesdays go, our schools, we've been able to build a schedule so they have that full specials time on Wednesday, but it's always been self-directed during their planning time. The only hang up I have on the verbiage here is that might, if you look at coaches and interventionists and ELLs and all that, that might be the only day they can meet with a specific team. So that's the only hang up I have on that. That's self-directed has to be during specials time, but it does say less than full time. But even if coaches can do a 30-minute meeting, they're going to do a 30-minute meeting. So that's the only problem with you. You think of all the teams you have at an elementary level, Wednesday might need to be open for them to build that into their schedule.
Bo.
I'm assuming that speaks specifically to those schools that can't put the self-directed time during the day because there are no specials during that day. And so I would assume that this is meant to protect that morning chunk that will be created next year. I fully understand that it's a long day without the provision of that. Darren brings up a good point around in those schools that obviously would not be a day prior to the early release time that coaches could potentially work with teachers unless they elected for that to happen during the self-directed time. But I think that language speaks specifically to those schools that can't offer an embedded planning time due to not offering specials on that Wednesday.
Dave?
That would be correct. And really even more specific to the schools that, because like I said, don't have any specials block during the physical day because of they're having a 4-day week schedule for their specials.
Okay. Other questions for group one? Other questions for group one? Group two.
Okay, so we very similar agreed that there should be, we'd like to have a minimum of floor and we'd like to have a maximum of ceiling. And so we a minimum of 270 minutes per week for teachers self-directed, up to 135 minutes a week for admin directed, and then one additional block of up to 45 minutes a week to be determined through a school-wide shared decision-making process as either administratively or teacher directed. We were specific about not wanting that to be like any kind of a team by team decision. We felt like that needed to be a broader decision as a whole staff. There might be times when it's 52-minute class periods and an administration can say, listen, I have 3 administratively directed activities that we all agree are very valuable. 3 times 52 is 156. Can we decide to exceed the 135-minute ceiling because our periods are longer and everybody mutually agrees as a school? So, you know, that was just sort of the conversation in that space. We also have something that none of the other groups have along the lines of reducing the requirement for planning time to be at least 25 minutes in order to count as planning time. We've got a change coming up with the high school schedule, and I think Bo can explain it best, but we see some minutes getting lost into the ether if we don't make a tiny shift here. Bo, would you explain what you understand?
Sure, and I'll look to Matt to make sure I'm on point with this, but I believe the shift next year, common bell times at high schools has us at 23-minute common periods. One of those off periods for teachers is generally reserved for lunch, which would create this block left over of 23 minutes at the end of that duty-free lunchtime. If we don't adjust that language down a couple minutes or in some way, we end up creating a situation as we've raised these minutes, the threshold at the secondary level, the high school level specifically, where those 23 minutes couldn't factor into the equation at all. And so an adjustment from 25 to 23 would allow that time to be utilized in some way rather than just being unaccounted for at all. Is that correct, Matt?
Yeah, both the typical the standard high school period is 53 minutes next year, except for Wednesdays. So if you have a 30-minute lunch, there is a 3-minute goofiness.
Okay, Dave?
And is that 23-minute goofiness only in the one block that we're talking about that's connected to the lunch block period?
Dave, you're badly breaking up, sorry.
You sound like Oscar the Grouch.
Is that better?
That's better, thank you.
Okay. My question is, if I'm understanding right, the 23-minute goofiness is only for the block that's connected to the lunch period, because the other blocks would be over the 35 or whatever, the 25-minute block. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That's my question.
Other questions or comments for group two? Milo, were you done?
Yes, I'm done. And
okay.
I appear to have some unstable internet.
Yeah, I think it's unstable all over. Colleen.
We talked a little bit about that 23-minute. The 25 minutes came from middle school specials that when they were doing their plan back when we switched to creative scheduling, teachers were getting 15-minute plan times, 20-minute plan times. And it was the specials teachers who were struggling with that amount of time. And 25 was the least amount of time that they needed to be able to set up for the next grade level to come in to do their next art project or what have you in their next group. So I just want to put that out there. I don't know if you want to do a separate time for high school or not, but I know in middle school, they really needed that 25 minutes.
Other questions, comments about group 2? Or for group 2?
Well, and then we also went ahead and addressed some of that Appendix A language around the extra classes and just used the same language, because I think Dave and I had actually talked about this and had developed a draft. So we agree that that language would be helpful.
Okay. Anything else for or about group 2? Group 3.
Our expeditionary team came up with 270 minutes for teachers, up to 135 for admin. But there was some question about that 135 for admin. We want to make sure that however we word this, that 45-minute next block could be added to the admin realm if we wanted to. We didn't want to we're using maximum, and that didn't seem right to us because we want the ability to expend that time with the third block that we've listed. So we kind of created three blocks: a teacher block, an admin block, and a building block. So the building determines that 45-minute period. So it's like a third time. And then we proposed for the extra class of educators being compensated for an additional course will have a minimum of 225, and that seemed to fix the problem as well. We didn't have Mila or Dave on our team, so we couldn't just do that. But we did have Lara, which really stimulated a lot of good conversation. That randomly changing of members about the groups really helped us get going in a room.
All right, questions for group 3? Questions for group 3? All right, there are several things that are the same in it. And there's a couple things that are similar, and then there's a couple things that are a little bit different. So how do you want to go about putting this all together? Any suggestions? And I'm directing that at you too, Jim Long.
So Dave, do you think at this point we could have like the 2 or 3 reps per team kind of huddle together to kind of hash out final language?
Yep, I think that's a good idea. Keep in mind you're at 11:24 right now, so and you've got a couple of items that you still have on your docket. So
when does this language have to be finalized?
The words, we have time. The exact concepts for the change document and whatnot needs to be done today, because we're pushing up against the timeline to get everything done before the school year and everything else, to meet all of our required time windows. So Mila apparently just left because of her unstable internet.
No, I'm here. I just don't.
Sorry.
No, I don't know what's going on with my video, but I'm here.
She's here.
Okay.
She's just invisible, Dave.
Yeah.
Well, it marked up on the top of my screen that she left, so that's why I thought she left for a second.
Mila, turn it off and then turn it back on your video.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyone that's not talking, if you just turn your video off for a little bit, it'll also help. But just remember, we're approaching 11:30, so a lot of Zoom meetings start at the hour and a half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So I mean, I just lost track of it. Yeah. So we need to get that done. We need to finish the language that is in the agree that the language that's there that can be done offline as long with after a deadline. I think if we put a few groups of people together in a new breakout room, I know I'm pushing Jody's skill set, but and have them noodle through that language while we talk through the rest of make sure there's no concerns or questions about the other parts of the language. The only problem with that is that Mila and one or the other of us have to be in one room or the other. We can't be in both spaces at the same time. And the other option was if we want to have them do that work after our 12 o'clock and agree to come back at a period of time later today to thumbs up the final version of the language. We're just really close to that time crunch.
You are. I have a time constraint today because once I leave you, I go to Sterling. So, and I've got them all day. But I'm not sure what Jim's got. He might be able to do that if need be later in the day. So.
Could we just agree on the conceptual, the building blocks here, and send a little writing group to work, in the next hour or so, and then just email, that to the group, or does that just really stifle enough conversation to get to an agreement on actual language?
It can happen, Mila. Here's the issue that you run into. If there is something that somebody particularly doesn't like, your email chain could be, 3 days long. So that's the one thing that you need to be careful of on this. Let's do this. Let's take a small group. Let's take 2 people from each group. So a group of 6 to go ahead and go into a room, a breakout room that Jody could assign. And then the rest of us go ahead and see what we can get done with the other 2 items on your list, the SPED plan time committee and the elementary time. And I think Dave or Mila should be at least one of the people that's in that group of 6.
How about Dave, you go to the writing group, and could I suggest that Bo goes in my place, and I'll stay here with the main group, and we'll work through the rest of the.
Yeah, you guys just have to tell me who you want in that breakout room.
Okay, so we got Dave and Bo. I'll just take volunteers at this point. From group, I'm not sure who was in what group, but I'm going to try to get at least one person in from each group. So Dave, you were in one, right?
Right.
And Bo, you were in what?
2.
2. Okay, so another volunteer from group 3.
Darren,
okay. And then we need 3 more people. Just go ahead and.
I see Marty.
Marty, okay, Marty's gonna go in.
Matt and Shelley.
Okay.
How many administrators are in that group?
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, and Shelley and Dave are the only EA people right now.
Want to put Colleen over into the group? Her hands up.
All right, Colleen. So that's a group of 7. So I think you're good. So if you put those folks in.
Dave, do we need to check and see if there are any pieces in there that someone disagrees with conceptually?
That's a good question, Jim.
And Heather has her hand up, by the way, Dave.
Thank you, Heather.
Oh, I was just volunteering, but
oh, okay.
Don't need me, that's fine too.
I think we're good, Heather.
The only place of contention I really heard outside of maybe wordsmithing pieces was around the Wednesday specials component in team 1. That's the largest departure.
Well, in the 25-minute block too. And Heather can have my spot if she wants it.
Marty.
I guess the only thing that I'm trying to figure out is the maximum of 135 for admin directed. I think we figured that out with math based on an idealized schedule for elementary, but I don't know if that makes sense for the other levels, because it would make like weird, like if you're I think we talked about it with the length of blocks and stuff. It just seems to me that if we're guaranteeing the individual time, we shouldn't have to set maximums on the admin time.
Okay, so Marty, you are on that team to rewrite this. Please bring it up when we send you to that room, and you can talk about it then. I heard Colleen say, Heather, you can go. So Colleen, are you out? And Heather, you're in. We just need to let Jody know.
That sounds great.
Okay,
that's fine.
Okay, so Heather, you're going in Colleen's place. So Jody, do you have the crew that's going in?
I do. How much time?
How much time do you want?
Give me 15 minutes.
15 minutes, okay?
15. Are you ready?
Yep.
Ready.
Okay, I think we're good. So this group then is going to take on the SPED Plan Time Committee stuff. Mila, do you want to preface that?
Yeah, so let me direct you back to the letter. Recall that it was titled Draft-MOA. Elementary Special Education Planning Time Study Committee. And so we had just really rough draft, as we've started to do, sort of name our mission a little bit. And this is language we've used in in the old MOA. Teacher planning time is essential for creating a classroom environment that best meets the needs of students. And then some new territory. The unique planning needs of special educators in the elementary school require further research to determine best practices. And so during the 2021 school year, district and association will form a study committee to make recommendations regarding the appropriate amount and structure of planning time for special education educators in elementary schools. So it's a research committee making recommendations regarding amount and structure of time.
Thank you, Mila. Questions?
Heather.
I just wonder, back to Deb's point in the beginning of this session today, adding something about definitions.
Like definitions of time?
Definitions of maybe to make recommendations regarding the definitions, appropriate amount, and structure. Because I think the tasks are a little different.
Mm-hmm.
Deb, would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. I think I'm getting hung up on that word planning. Going back to my point before that our planning we do during our teacher plan time. Our needs for this job is very different.
And then Colleen is asking, what does that look like in middle school? Special ed planning?
No, I was commenting to Sandy's comment, which was totally different comment than the conversation we're having.
Sorry to be behind on the chat.
That's okay.
I typed in the phrase, the definitions. Do we need a little more specificity about definition of what?
Heather?
Maybe definitions about job-related tasks or roles and responsibilities. I mean, I think that there's just a difference.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking the difference between the special educator going to teach their students versus test their students?
Yeah, test, create IEPs, conduct observations, all of the tasks that have to go into determining eligibility and staying within our legal responsibilities.
Right. So I'm wondering. I'm sorry, Mila. I'm wondering if putting in those words, the definitions of is the wrong place to put what Heather and I are trying to talk about. Maybe we want to replace the word teacher planning time is what I think we might want to change. Something around creating an appropriate IEP. I think it's the planning that I'm getting hung up on. That term planning time is what I'm getting hung up on. And so teacher time is essential for creating.
Like time outside the classroom, like you were talking about
testing or IEP writing or something like that?
I'm wondering if it's a definition of planning time, and that definition in and of itself is different for special educators.
So yeah, I could work, that would work for me. I know a lot of people come back to us and say, well, you get 2 plan times because of that. You get all Wednesday for plan, but I have to go back and say, it's not planning. I'm not doing the work to meet my instruction. I'm doing the other part of my job. But if that's all part of, that could be part of the committee in order for that language. So I'm okay with making sure that we are defining how that time is used.
Colleen.
It kind of reminds me of like in secondary when you have a 0.5 person and they match their job with another 0.5, that like one of the plan times is for the first half of the job and the other plan times for the other half of the job. And it kind of reminds me of that kind of conversation where part of your job is being a teacher and the other part of you is, you know, determining what structures those kids need in all of their classes to be successful. And it seems like you have 2 jobs going on at the same time.
Very much so.
And
Very
so
much so. It's a 2 full-time job, 2 full-time jobs.
So does this language insertion then help that we'll make recommendations regarding the definition of planning time, the appropriate amount and structure of planning time? And in so doing, we may end up saying, hey, there's this whole category of work that's not planning time. And here it is all spelled out. To your point, Deb, when people say to you, well, you have 2 plan times. And it's like, no, I have 1 plan time and then I have, and maybe through this process, we'll label it something different.
Yeah, I think the charge to this can be to define, is this really planning time or do we need to call it something else?
Great. Okay.
So I'm okay with this because that's the charge that we might need to change what it's called.
Great, good. Any other tweaks, adjustments, clarifications?
Can we change the will to shall?
Second paragraph, Linda, is that the place you see
Yeah,
it? No?
yeah.
I'm shocked that Linda came up with that.
But I'm so grateful that she always does.
Okay, anything else on this one?
Heather.
Heather.
I'm just wondering if we change in the second paragraph where it says to make recommendations regarding the definition of planning time and then add for special educators.
Yeah.
So that we're defining
Yeah.
planning time.
Oh, please, let's not revisit elementary planning.
You're welcome.
Got it.
Good catch, Heather.
I think the proper term is special education educators. Am I correct about that? I'm staying away from teachers because a lot of our special education personnel are SSPs, OTs, PTs, SLPs, those people. Okay. Special education educators. All right. Are we good? Can we maybe see some thumbs with our little subgroup here?
Yep.
My thumb is up. Okay.
Thank
Nice.
you.
All right.
Allison, where was yours? Did you? Okay, thanks, Allison. All right, very good. So when the other group comes back, hopefully we will thumbs up both of these, and then that hopefully will give Dave a little bit of time to talk about the ratification process, and then we're done, huh?
Yeah.
And a checkout. Very good. All right.
I can't tell you how excited I am about this MOA. I'm so excited.
I'm gonna leave the meeting and then come back in, Jody, and see if I can get my video to kick up again, okay?
Sounds good.
Oh, that's so weird. Still no video camera. Oh, well.
Mine was doing that last week and I couldn't figure it out and I just switched computers.
Yeah, I may do that. Jody, you'll have to let me in. Or maybe I don't need to be visible for the end of this.
You get to go incognito mode.
Yeah.
The other group should be pretty close to coming back.
God willing.
Yeah.
It's 2 minutes left on the timer.
Okay, thanks, Jody.
All right, Jody, I'm going to use my other computer. I'm leaving this meeting. Will you let me back in?
Sounds good.
There she is.
Hello.
Glad we had the easy job.
Yeah.
Do you like how I just nominated Bo to go and be in that committee? And that's called delegation.
45 seconds left for their room.
Hey, Dorman, do you have a theme for your class today? Is that why you are changing your whole background and everything?
This is a theme for negotiations since education is going into unexplored territory. I thought I'd put on my expedition wear.
I love it. Very nice.
It's appropriate.
That's a photo background of the wall in my bedroom, actually.
Oh, how cool. Is that stuff from Ecuador or other travels or?
The on the right-hand side, where you see that bag, etc. That's I have a blowgun and a spear also I got that in the Amazon. The tapestry behind me is from Lake Titicaca, right there.
Very nice.
That's some of the reed stuff they build our reeds. A couple of the masks are from Ecuador, and then the one in the lower left-hand corner is from Costa Rica.
Nice.
If you all want to see the progress that the group is going through, it is underneath the straw designs on the elementary plan time document.
Do you want me to close the rooms?
Hang on just a second. Dave's still typing, so. I know we're getting close to time, Jody, so.
So you're not recommending we just add words since we can focus?
Yeah, we could really mess that team up, couldn't we? Just start typing random things in there.
Dave, what is that document called?
It's elementary plan time document.
It's
elementary planning time, and it's melding is what they're working on.
Okay,
Sorry.
the melding. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right.
No, it's in the elementary planning time charts.
Charts, yeah.
And then
Yep.
it's at the very end, it's called melding.
Thanks, Allison.
It's way down at the bottom of the document. Bless you.
Thank you.
Bo's not in here, is he? He's in the other room.
He's in the other
Correct.
group, Allison.
Yeah.
Okay.
Allison, have you seen the time period breakdown for each class for next year for high school?
Yes, it pretty much looked the same as what Horizon already had.
Oh, because that's different than what we had. Yeah, I don't know the times. I just know we have 8 class periods, but I don't know the times.
I have it. Do you want me to forward it to you?
Sure, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
Anybody have the middle school version of that?
I do not. I only have what Kim Brady sent to our staff. Sorry.
So do we have to have thumbs on this before 12 o'clock?
I believe we do, Jim. So I'm going to suggest, Jody, we bring him on back.
Okay. Oh, well, looks like they're coming back, but I'll close it anyways.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you.
They're thinking the same. All right. Dave, you want to take the lead there?
Yeah, I was just about to say I must have been psychic because I was like, all right, let's hit the leave button before they force us in. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I copied and pasted below the previous star designs, the melding from the last time, our last group's piece, and started adding the components. So we put in where it was previously highlighted with number signs, the 270 minutes, and then added in capital letters at the bottom of 227.5. This phrase, based on a typical schedule, 270, that should be minutes, apologize, minutes, and I'll capitalize it, shall be self-directed time. 45 minutes would be designated through shared decision making. The remainder could be administratively directed. We were working on issues with exact schedules and hanging chads of minutes and that kind of stuff, but you know, it's a little vague, but the majority of us felt like that capsulized the intent of the different groups for that 6, 1, and 3 kind of model. And then at the very bottom, we didn't make any other adjustments to the previous recommendation till you get to the very bottom. And then we took my version of the way Mila and I put together the 2 different language components. Our only issue, and I shared this with the issue around the 225 minutes, is that if I sell all of my block 1 extra minutes, it would be difficult for me to ever have any administratively time and still get 225 minutes of block. So I use the middle school example. If I teach an extra class, period 1 and period 2 is my designated plan time. If I have 1 core meeting every week, I can't get 225 minutes of plan time. And so that's why I recommended that we not go forward with the 225 minimum for self-directed plan time.
Mm-hmm.
For if you sell sell that time, take on the extra class. I think Shelly has her hand up.
Okay, Shelly.
I was feeling rushed in there. We were running out of time. I'm not sure I can agree with the rest or the remainder. I would just put that up for the group to make sure that feels right to everybody.
Sorry, which section were you talking about remainder? Which one?
The
It says-
27.5 at the bottom of the sentence, the paragraph there.
So it identifies the self-directed time as 270 with the possibility of another 45 minutes through shared decision-making. And then it says the remainder of the time. I just want to make sure that feels right to everyone and the group work that they did.
So thank you for bringing that up, Shelley. I was just kind of thinking the same thing. In our group, the time for the shared decision-making was the time that we talked about as being to cover the hanging chads time. So we wanted the specific time for educators, the specific time for admin, and that hanging chads would be covered school to school by that shared decision-making leftover time. So personally, I agree with you, Shelley, that on there makes me a little uncomfortable as well.
Me too.
Me
Makes
three.
you more comfortable.
Okay.
See the minutes?
Yeah, yeah, what is your solution to fix it?
For me, I would like the 135 minutes are for administration, and any leftover minutes or the remaining minutes are up for will be determined through shared decision making at a building level.
Do we have a cap on that remaining minutes at all, or is it just open?
Well, in our group, we talked about 45 minutes, but I hear that every building might have a few 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. It might be 40 minutes, it might be 47, right? So I hear that it might be a little different. So I'm okay with massaging that language. It doesn't have to say 45 minutes. I like the language of the remaining minutes. That works for me, but I don't want to speak for everybody else.
Or we could add in the remainder. It says it could be administratively directed, but it also could be self-directed. Is that correct? Depending on shared decision making.
I'm sorry, I know that this isn't the process, but I rushed in that group meeting. I'm willing to go back into that small group, Dave. I know you're frustrated with me, but I just.
Okay, the problem that you have is you're down to 11:57 right now of the time that you have left.
Everybody has the 135, all three groups, right?
And I'm not sure how it changed from that. Like, I feel like it completely changed from what we all put in, the way it came back out. That remainder
We
kind of feels out of nowhere.
We discussed this in the group just now. For the group that I was in, group 1, the only reason the 135 was there is because we were dissecting a typical elementary schedule. And that's where those minutes came from. So I don't think we ever as a group decided that was a limit, because in most buildings that aren't an elementary school, blocks are not 45 minutes long. So that was why it wasn't part of the consideration from the group I was in anyway, the way I felt.
That wasn't my perception of group 1's decision at the end. I don't know. And because we had 135 minutes in ours. So my interpretation was that that's the minutes we decided.
Well, I guess Sandy, you and I had different experiences.
Anybody else in group 1 want to speak to that?
So you guys need to be thinking about a solution here, because you're running out of time and you are very, very close.
I feel like
I would propose it. I have a solution. Go ahead, sorry.
That's the feeling I'm getting from. We can't.
Sandy, we didn't get any of what you said. Could you say it again, please?
Sorry. We can't, it sounds like we can't finish this in 2 minutes.
Turn off your camera so we can hear you because you're garbled.
What happened? Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Okay, it sounds like there's no way we can wrap this up in 1 minute. I mean, because of the different things, the discussion, I could never be a thumbs up right now. I don't know about anybody else.
So Marty, I'm going to come back. You said you had a solution. Would you state it?
I think there's a solution in defining it around blocks instead of minutes. That's how we originally began our straw design anyway, was a 6-1-3 split of blocks. And then we did the math to figure out the minutes in an elementary schedule. So if we went back to blocks, perhaps there's a solution there.
Colleen.
I just feel like that's out of process. Like we went through this whole process and sent a small group to go tweak the language that we'd already come to an agreement on. And now we're back to discussing it again. I feel like we're out of process again. Yeah. And it's making me feel anxious.
Yeah, and you're getting positional with it as well. We're debating instead of discussing. So let's figure out how we can fix this.
Do people have an extra 15 minutes or is that, I mean, I don't know how we're at 12. So, or do we have time to come back and people have more time in that small group to work? You know, I know people's schedules are really tight, but
I think we might
come back.
I think we might have to come back at 4 or 5 later today. I think most of us schedule things in the afternoon. You know, during the work hours, the typical work hours, but I wonder if there can be perhaps a group that comes back, if we can all come back, say at 4:30.
I cannot. Jim would have to handle that, and I'm fine with that.
I have a standing meeting at 4:30. A good chunk of us have a meeting at 4:30.
Okay.
Already.
I mean, I can stay now.
Go ahead.
Can some people stay now? Can anyone stay now? I can stay now.
Randy can.
I can stay till 1.
I can stay now.
Yeah, let me see the thumbs of people that can stay at least for, let's say, a half an hour.
I can stay 15 minutes, but I'm good. I'm going to probably be an easy, whatever you guys work out, I'm going to love.
I can stay 15 minutes.
Okay. And I can stay for a half an hour. I can stay till 12:30.
I'm fine too, from my end.
All right. So are we wanting to send the group back to see if they can fix the issue and then bring it back to the full group, or what are we doing? Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to sit here for a half an hour and debate the issues. So what do we want to do?
Heather has her hand up.
I'm sorry, Heather.
Sorry, I was just saying, yes, I could stay.
Okay, thanks.
Dave, what would be, I noticed you've been typing in option 2. Do you want some time with the group to talk, or do you just want to do it here with the whole group?
I do not like wordsmithing in front of a whole group. So whether it's that group, a different groups, yeah.
Jody, would you send the small group then back for 15 minutes?
Yep, same group.
Same group.
Same group.
Here we go.
So for me, this is going to be a little out of process, but as I said, if you all agree on the actual minutes, can I give a proxy vote to Laura if I can't come back at 12:30? Or do you can you pretend I'm not here for the vote? I mean, it's up to the teachers and the administrators on the team to work out, I think, the final details on this. So
Kathy, in the process, the group that is present makes the decision. So,
Okay, so if I'm not present, then it's good. All right.
correct.
Okay, I apologize. I arranged something else, so I can't get out of it. So.
And Teresa, I know you said you only had 15 minutes, so the same for you.
Do we have to have like a quorum?
We will have a quorum.
Okay.
You're only losing 2.
Okay.
Dave, I'm trying to push my other meeting a little bit, so I'll keep you
Okay.
posted.
Sounds good. Thanks, Teresa.
I can't let it go. We're so close.
I know. No, I want to be here. I'm like, dang,
Come on.
I scheduled it to 12:15. I'm like, we could go over a little bit. But then I didn't go till 12:30. So
You're missing the end of the Super Bowl.
I know. So do a wave for me or something. Someone start it and pretend I'm there.
We'll send you
Camera so that it looks like you're there.
Okay.
That's what supposedly some kids have done, is they've just shaped a picture.
I have to say, I've never been a part of this, and it's been interesting to watch from my perspective. And I feel like I need to get like some confetti cannon gift for whenever you guys make the things that just go public and just blow it up and it just confetti. So,
Can you post that at the end? Some kind of graphic that goes off? That's
yeah,
we
if I
need a
had
graphic.
30 minutes, I probably could.
My husband dropped a note that he got, the vacuum cleaner was broken and he now has a working vacuum cleaner. So I'm really not motivated to just close this up and head out. So.
Oh, Laura can be all afternoon.
And Jody, we couldn't do this without you, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to help. So, and it sounds like some other superintendents of other districts have been watching this setup of how we're doing IBS. And so it sounds like other districts are going to follow. So happy to be a part of it. Thanks for all of your patience and effort with bearing through new technology.
I have to say, I have learned a lot of new technology that I can now use when I get back. Like the sub's just going to have to be there to monitor because I can make my own video that they can play and watch and rewind.
It's amazing. It's amazing to see. I've had the pleasure to see that from my end of how much growth our staff has done with technology and how much they've learned over the last couple months. It's been pretty impressive.
Since we're all just kind of hanging out, I have a question that is like maybe off topic and I don't know who to talk to. Does anyone know who I would talk to about getting it so our district gave access?
Hold on. Just remember we're still live. So I don't want you to ask any question that, just remember the public still is.
It's just about Google Classroom.
Just wanted to give you that forewarning just in case.
Am I parents access to Google Classroom?
Yeah,
No.
you're good. I was just giving you the heads up.
Yes. Does anyone know who I would ask that question to?
What's your question?
Who would I ask about a capability of letting parents be on Google Classroom? Could someone email me that if we don't want to say it out loud?
Well, no, what I was going to say is you have two options. You can either submit the service desk, the IT service desk ticket on behalf of that parent and kind of say what you're asking for or what the information you need, or you can have the parent submit the ticket on the family support site. And then either way, someone will get you in contact with whoever can either.
Oh no, just no parents are allowed in Google Classroom.
That's what I'm saying though. Still submit that, as like a request, is like, hey, can we allow parents in Google Classroom or whatever?
Got it. I will do that.
Okay.
Thanks.
No problem. Any other IT questions? No, just kidding.
Do our Chromebooks update themselves through the wireless network when we're signed in to the district? Because I've just noticed a few new things here and there sometimes.
Your Chromebooks update no matter where you're at, as long as you're connected to the network. They check back with our Google mobile management, and so it pushes those updates to your Chromebooks. The devices that don't work like that, unfortunately, are Windows devices, and those you have to be on our network. So if you have a Windows device and you need an update or something, you could just drive up to any of our parking lots and connect to the Wi-Fi. Your laptop will update.
I did that last week. I drove to Cotton Creek and parked in their lot and updated something, and felt like such a stalker, you know. It was just like, who's this lady in our parking lot? But
did you get your keyboard for your new laptop?
I did. That's what I was getting going for the first time, was my new laptop. So yeah, it's all set. Great.
Sorry about that. Those keyboards were all on back order, so we were waiting one at a time for them to get here.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's great. Thank you.
No problem.
I know I went to record a video for our staff in front of the building, and Thornton PD or Northland PD, they were driving around and just asking if everything was okay. And then oh, I'm not doing a TikTok.
I hope you told them, no, it's not okay. We're in a pandemic.
Exactly. I was like, I'm trying to be creative, trying to send a nice video to staff.
I don't know if you guys have seen, but some people are starting to send messages from their staff, like using Zoom, but making it look like Brady Bunch. So everyone have the blue background. They're sending messages like that where they're all like looking a direction in the frame. So there's some cute ideas out there if you using Zoom.
Deborah, I see your finger on that document.
Sorry, just reading.
I'm just amazed at all of you and how well you're doing for the students.
I'm impressed by my students. My students have been crushing it. Like legit. I can't even get over it. Like they just finished their, you know, post benchmark, and their grades are all like 60s, 70s, 80% for an entire school year of content. And I'm blown away by them.
There's definitely a significant number of students that have really brought it.
And their parents who like really support you and get in there and help them and make sure they're doing what they need to do. Shout out to all those parents who help us. Couldn't have done it without them.
For sure. Because a lot of them are all working full time too. And it's amazing what they've been able to accomplish and take care of, and love them all.
I'm wondering if learning services didn't work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week during those 2 weeks extended break. Because when we came back, holy moly, the support that you had. You know, I'm a blended learning teacher. I have a lot of technical background in that way, but even just the stuff I saw, and I was able to adapt and put in. It was amazing.
I will say it was 2 long weeks. I was a part of some conversations with that team, but that team was amazing and just grinded through it. It was amazing to watch.
I agree with Dorman. That's obvious.
Yeah. It was a little scary because it really set that bar high, but that's okay. We like to be scared every once in a while.
Speak for yourself. Technology scares the bejeebies out of me. I have lived in my reptile brain the last 2 months. Only this last weekend have I really felt like I've started coming out of it. And I do find myself now thinking, oh, next year I could do this. I'm willing to try that. But I have absolutely been in my reptile brain since we have come back. It has been very uncomfortable for me. to
I
put it
really
mildly.
liked how much time we had to plan for that week. I mean, I know it was condensed week and everything, but the amount of time I had to go and like make my videos perfect and find things for the kids to like warm up on and do that like was priceless.
Just to let you guys know, there's 4 minutes left in the breakout. 4 minutes.
I'm aware now of how much I was taking for granted what we at my school have already been doing technology wise, because we got the upgrade for the technology where we have the touch boards. And so we've had some pretty intensive technology training, which has led to really collaborative conversations on ERDs. Like, oh, have you tried quizzes? Have you tried Pear Deck? Have you tried Newsly, or whatever that one is called? And have you tried this? There's a lot of younger teachers on our staff that are completely fluent in those things, and I had no idea. And so it's just been a really good opportunity. I didn't realize how much more knowledge that we had going into it, because now I'm also hearing from other schools and even a couple people in my building that had never used Google Classroom, had never, was still catching up with all the technology. So I feel really fortunate that in my building we've had so much training in that and so many good collaborative conversations.
I hear that. I think whoever invented Screencastify as well, because that has literally saved my life. Like I've taught everything on Screencast.
I didn't know anything about it, and then I saw, because I'm on a couple of other department members' Google Classrooms just to kind of see what they're doing, and I saw the video of this one teacher she made of like teaching. And I was like, what? Where did that come from? How did you do that? And so that's what I mean, lots of conversations about. So then after, that was like the third week. After that, I was posting a video, like teaching every single week. And it just cut down so much on students' emails and students' questions on Remind of, what am I supposed to do? I don't understand. So it was just brilliant, just brilliant.
I love Screencastify. I learned it last year, and being able to do my own notes so that the kids could have some consistency, because they knew me, they were used to me, and being able to give them my own flair on whatever we were doing, even though they were far away, it was priceless.
And I like to do little funny things in it just to spice it up.
We're
like I show my dogs.
Coming back, Dave, whenever you're ready.
Because I'm silly like that in my classroom anyway. It's fun.
All right, Dave Lockley, you want to talk about what you did, or do you have somebody else in line to do it?
No, I got it. I need to apologize first. During that last block when we were trying to get ready into it, my kids were bothering me and I was stressed out, and I hit my knee on the table like all at the same time. And so I got like, if my facial expressions got all funky, I apologize. It was like a bad confluence of like all the bad things that could happen in a meeting all at the same time. So I apologize for what if I was looking stressed out or whatever face. So what we landed on was a flip-flopping of the designation times, the 135 to be administratively directed, and then the remainder designated through shared decision-making. Since that shared decision-making could handle hanging chads in any individual block of time, one way or another. You could decide to have a meeting time extend for 5 more minutes, or whatever you needed to do in that space to make your schedule worked out well. And we did have some additional conversation around just the Appendix A language around selling your plan. Just wanting to bring back Matt's concern in the room that if we agree to that language, that we're having a shared understanding that that means that if a teacher teaches a 6th class but doesn't get enough plan time because of duty or planning or meetings or whatever, that as long as they don't have more meetings than the typical teacher in the building, that is that reasonable loss of plan criteria.
All right.
Should we change some of the woulds to shalls? Or I'm channeling Linda in her shall instead of would.
No, I think we need to leave the would be for administrative director in case they don't, or maybe would or could, because, you know, we also don't necessarily want to set up where they have to do it, right? Like,
Could we use may then? Because may is that in that room. You may or you may not. It's up to you.
either way is fine with me.
I would say that because of the time that you've got right now, you can wordsmith this later on it. You've got a conceptual idea here. Let's find out where people are on it first and then go from there. So other questions?
Allison.
Allison, you're muted.
Darn. Okay. I think it's right where we just typed maybe, but it says administered directed. So that was.
Yeah,
we can.
I will fix that.
Later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Look it over. Other questions? Okay.
Laura has her hand up.
Laura?
Also in the exact same place, may be. Should those be two separate words as opposed to maybe? Perfect, thanks.
All right, other questions? Anything else? I'm going to ask for thumbs here in just a minute. I'll let you read through it.
How about the next would? Should it be shall or may?
Could.
I think it should be shall.
Hey, I've got to run. Can I just give my thumbs up now and leave?
You can.
Thanks.
Thanks, Marty.
All right, I'm not seeing anybody intently reading except for Allison. Okay, Allison. All right, let me see your thumbs.
I can't see Laura.
Yeah, Laura.
Leppy.
She's got it. Okay, you have consensus on it. Good work, folks.
Woohoo!
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, where's Jody's balloons and?
Yeah, we need the cannon.
Oh, I have one, but I'm, you know.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll play it for you guys when we're not live.
Sounds good. So Dave, you have 4 minutes to talk about ratification.
So Milo and I will finish up porting this document ready to go for distribution. And then what our goal is this afternoon to push out the letter and ratification for members. And then we're making a report to the Board of Education, I believe, on Wednesday to let them know about this document. And then the following Wednesday, I would present the certified ratification vote, certified vote of ratification next week. And then we would be good to go to continue our work on our other topics.
Sounds good. All right, checkout, 2 words. And we're going to start with Nancy. Maybe we're going to start with Nancy.
Yeah, my pad was going crazy.
Okay.
I actually had a question. Don't we have another thing we have to vote on?
Oh, thank you, Nancy. I almost got ahead of you there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, the SPED Plan Time Committee. Mila?
Yeah, take a look at that draft. It's inside T8 items, Elementary Special Ed Planning Time Study Committee. And you should see that we
we just fiddled around a little bit in the second paragraph. What captured Heather and Deb's conversation was this idea that the committee will make recommendations regarding the definition of planning time for special educators. We felt like that really would address kind of this whole concept of, is it workload, is it planning time? So we added the definition of planning time for special education educators, the appropriate amount and structure of planning time for special education educators in elementary schools. So we felt like this represented the work that we would like to have done. It's wide, it's broad, but it lets the committee tackle the topic.
Any questions? And Nancy, I'm sure glad I came to you first because I would have forgotten that. Any questions? All right, I'm gonna ask for thumbs then. Lauren Leppy, do you have a question or a thumb? Oh, okay, she's thinking, thank you. All right, thumbs. I have another consensus. All right, good job. Now, I think, Nancy, 2 words.
Good job.
Laura Leppy.
Super happy.
Dave Lockley.
Now the hard stuff.
Marty, oh, it's already gone. Laura Mitchell.
Tremendous respect.
Darren. Is Darren gone? Okay. Kathy is gone as well. Matt.
Good work, and I've got to go.
Mila.
Hallelujah. I don't know how many words that is.
Just one, I think. Sandy.
Yeah, right.
Mila, you just took mine. So I'll say thank you, everyone.
Linda.
Hip, hip, hooray!
Teresa.
Keep moving.
And I skipped Allison. Allison.
Oh, thank you.
Deborah.
Woohoo!
Shelley.
Well done.
Heather Espinoza.
Go team.
Bo.
Till next time.
Colleen.
We did.
Chris.
Thanks, team.
Heather Gracious.
Good work.
Dorman.
Superior team.
Jim.
Thanks all.
Good work. See you next time.